Hey guys. Quantum selling off hard while the S&P's rallying. Yeah, Replic's up too. You guys may know that I basically went all in short Quantum about 2 weeks ago. It hurt quite a bit for a little bit, but now is working out. Be interesting to see if these stocks continue to fall and it's all over, or maybe there'll be some relief. I don't know. Is something wrong with the audio? Oh boy, left speaker.
News alert. Apple nears $4 trillion valuation as shares surge on strong iPhone 17 demand.
Okay, let me see if I can get it off mono. How does that sound now? Maybe that'll work? I don't know. Top is in for sure. Kid is good. A. Is that better? Cool. Great. Thanks, guys. I got this like fancy mic arm. Nice. All kinds of ways to position this. Shout out to Zentani, who helped me out. But yeah, do all kinds of crazy gymnastics with this thing. Yeah, AWS outage has been brutal, but yeah, I'm gonna have a lot of fun with this. Oh, this is like a 3D. Oh, this is like a joint. This is like a knee socket. This is nice. Slight buzz. I don't know why. Is it too loud or not loud enough? Okay, does the desktop, maybe you can't, I wonder if you can hear desktop audio. Let me see. Okay, it looks like you can. Good. Okay. No, I've never met Paul LaRue. Yeah, I can get rid of the buzz, probably. I don't know. Maybe some filter. Let me see if I get rid of it. Hold on. Check. Oh, yeah. I'm the man. How you like me now? Your boy. Hove. Hove. Your boy. Yeah, we're getting professional over here. Yeah, what's going on with Quantum? It's almost like they're not real companies. What happened? Oh, what happened? Right?
Allahu Akbar.
Bomba clat. Yeah, Kramer is shitting on Quantum too. There's a Quantum conference in town. I like to see the decoupling. Spy up, Quantum down. What do you said D-Wave dilution? I don't think there's any dilution. INQ flirting with 60. Rigetti's still out of control. Expensive, man. I would just keep shorting Rigetti. Rigetti CEO is presenting at this conference. Short some Rigetti. Also BTQ. BTQ is a literal zero. This company does nothing. Short that too. BTQ is this Eric Jackson. I'm ready to go on record. Eric Jackson's a retard. Okay? That's it. I'm on record. BTQ is going to zero. He's like, it's got 1000x potential. How? How is that possible?
Oh, how, Sway?
Right? Come on.
Oh, how, Sway?
Buy BTQ, you're going to owe money. You owe me money. For real. Listen, if you don't know how to short, you don't know how to do it, then stay at home. Don't come to Wall Street. Not for you, man. I'm only trying to deal with the real ones. You got 10K in your brokerage account? Don't trade. Investing's not for you. Leave it alone. You might get hurt. You're going to hurt yourself with that thing. Professionals only, man. People are like, oh, Shkreli, don't you care about the everyman? Hell no. Why would I? The everyman. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, Quantum looking a little bit moribund. Oh, you think I'm on mute? You think I'm on mute? You're in trouble, buddy. You got some problems telling people I'm on mute. You spreading lies. You want to lie some more? When I started investing, I was working at a hedge fund. So while I wasn't a professional, I was at least an apprentice. Quantum sensing. Well, I mean, if you're sick and you need a medicine, I do want you to get better. But maybe I care a little bit, okay? I care if you have the ears to listen. A lot of people, there's this crazy guy, Gene Chan or something like that on X. Every time I try to explain something to Quantum to him, he's like, oh, no. This is you got to interpret it bullish. Like, I'm willing to call a spade. When D-Wave got that $10 million commitment or whatever it was, That was bullish for D-Wave. No way to interpret otherwise. But he just refuses to give an inch, which, you know, that's actually a good sign of baggyitis. Yeah. He needs 100 mils of bagatocin stat. I mean, he's so stupid. My girlfriend, who's a computing expert, tried to engage with them, and she had to mute him. She was like, this guy's insufferable. And he was like, I won the argument. Like, listen, little bro, my girl taught at MIT, master's degree, then OpenAI, knows all the top quantum experts. What the fuck did you win? That she abandoned the conversation because you're so fucking annoying. You won what? You have baggyitis, and I'm afraid it's terminal. I'm eating Chick-fil-A. You got a problem with that? Yeah, anything at all, he thinks it's positive for IonQ. Good news for IBM, that's good for IonQ. Bad news for IBM, that's also good for IonQ. Wow, D-Wave down 8%. Good. Keep coming down, baby. The prognosis is very dire. Are they saying anything on Twitter? I've spent a year fighting these fucking stupid idiots. Green light on AI. Top is in. Papa is in. I made a political post on X. Big mistake. I mentioned they're kind of be fucked for a while. I think when AWS is down, it should be a snow day for everybody. No Kings celebration. July 4th. D-Wave dropping below 35 here. Never should have been at 35 in the first place. Worthless. D-Wave's not even worth $1 a share. Honest. Last year. Up is in. Up is in. I was thinking Florida, Texas, or even SF, of all places. Oh my god, Lays. Lays is sponsoring the diamond sponsor of the Quantum Conference. Really funny. Like, don't have better things to spend your money on? Yeah, D-Wave doesn't look like it's ripping. I read a lot of math books in prison, yeah. I had the pink polo. I thought I was Kanye. Oh, you don't like Spruce's drug? Why? Tell me exactly what's wrong with the drug. I'll wait. Go ahead. I like number theory. Number just keeps increasing. There's the number in the upper right. In case some of you fools don't believe me. Some of you Julio Fulios. Going on most. Replimune. Big Bear. Should we short some Big Bear? Recursion. Ooh, Recursion's always a good short. Navitas, also a good short, I think. There's still some frothiness. Quantum is unique in its current, dropping. Plenty of stock still up a ton. Maybe I should short CLSQ. Static company. I'm short Joby as well. You said Spruce's CEO is leaving? Yeah. No, it's not the CEO. Bitcoin is not crashing. Bitcoin's at 110,000. Yeah, I'm short a little bit of Capper. Of course, I'm bullish on SPRB. Aren't you the guy who said you prefer Quantum to SPRB? Didn't I ask you a question? No, I think you should learn pharmacokinetics before you learn organic chemistry. Too much chemistry is not going to help you in pharma, as funny as that is. You think the spruce drug doesn't work? How'd the patients lose all of the heparin sulfate then? Spruce already did the pipe. There is 50 million. What, are you retarded? Don't answer that. Don't answer that. My biggest regret? 3 biggest regrets? Letting your stupid ass on my channel. Get out of here. Beat it. I don't really know much about EQ. Some of you shouldn't be allowed here. This is not some YouTube channel where you could just say what you want in the chat. It doesn't work that way. You better respect me, or I'll stop the show. I'll stop the show right now. Yeah, the quantum's on the path integral of failure. I'll stop the damn show. You piss me off. Yeah, apologize. Apologize. No, I didn't read Nick Carter's article. I think I know enough about cryptography. Out in the studio now. All right, what stocks are we going to look at? I haven't been looking at stocks too much. I don't understand why RVMD is worth so much. That I guess I can look about. We're partners with FactSet. Partners, competitors. It's a very incestuous industry. Everybody kind of works together while also competing with each other. No, the X viewer number is not concurrent viewers. It's viewers who have ever watched it. It's like views. Sometimes I wonder why I stream. All you guys writing random stuff. You should pay attention, focus, man. Some of you, I mean, I honestly hate some of you. Keep it a buck. I hate you. Some of you piss me off that much. I hate your guts. I did not see Naroditsky died. That is sad. What happened? You should be paying to watch. No, I haven't talked to George, but I'm very happy for him. $10 billion for a revolution. Wow. 10 billion, no randomized data. How does that work? It'll be good. Yeah, I should short Sava. No comment on the Jeffries thing. I saw that too, CM Flip. It did not go live. And I don't think it's going to be 160 either.
Top news alert, investor behind Zion's Western Alliance bad loans is tied to $270 million in troubled debt.
Haven't listened to T Swifty. All right, let's go through Revolution in detail. No, I don't know anything about regional banks. Non-transferable voucher for Daraxon Rasib. Resolute 302 and Resolve 301. Daraxon Rasib. I added more capital to the account, PP. So just take the number I'm giving you. Yeah, well, that is your bad, you know, because when you tell people I'm on mute, and you tell me I'm on mute while I'm live, it messes up my production, okay? Now I have to go check things, because your stupid ass made the mistake. Damn, I hate you. Go to hell. See, you know, some of you are habitual line steppers. Mr. Nobody, that'll get you banned. Yeah. I didn't know much about Naroditsky. Top is fucking in. Let's go. Good question. Why do I stream? Not to answer questions like that, I'll tell you that. Fucking annoying. Either watch or don't watch. Don't fucking ask me questions. First of all, you see, you're writing bullshit. I'm just gonna start banning you. You're banned. Next. Who else wants to write some bullshit? Go ahead. Go ahead. Say something stupid. Why mad? Here, let me show you why. Because you're banned. You're done. It's over. Rest in peace. Who's next? Who's next? You want to sit here and ask me questions? Like you deserve to ask me questions. You ask me a question, you better say please. Beyond? Didn't Beyond go bankrupt? What the fuck? What's Squeeze? That's a dollar stock. What the fuck Squeeze is this? Look at this. You're talking about the move from 223. Let me get this right. This is the Squeeze you're referring to, right? 223 to $1.55, and it's rallied to $1. You're talking about that, right? Talking about that right there, the little. Wait, was there a bad print or something? Did it? That's volume. Thought it was part of the chart. This is what we're talking about, right? Microscopic little bump right there, right? This is going to be IonQ very soon. I think Beyond Meat is better than Quantum, actually. We're focused on RVMD right now, Revolution. Rigetti's worthless. So this is the Commissioner's National Priority Voucher. Yeah, I haven't looked at the SPAC yet. Quantum's burning down. BTQ is going to go down like 99%. This whole thing is a farce. I love this game. You want order filled? You want order filled back? Order filled. Order filled. Resolute 303. It depends on how much data is available, Brian, but I'd say at least 20 to 50 hours. No Sarepta news as far as I know. It's been a nice stock though. I haven't written too many papers, GT. I like Miami, yeah. I wouldn't rely too much on Claude just yet because you'd have to get the source data and put it into Claude, maybe then, but I wouldn't trust Claude too much with clinical trial data analysis yet. Plus, you know, in this house, we're ChatGPT. Certain allegiances I have to keep. NVIDIA, OpenAI. I'm part of the new gang now. I was wondering if I should short Oklo. Nuclear. Yeah, we shorted some Cardiff a while back. We were long Repl, yeah. I'm not in it right now, unfortunately. Toronto's great too, yeah. I don't know if I can be around. I don't know if I'm allowed to be in Toronto. Yeah, I like all these salty fucking quote unquote value investors. First of all, I'm a real value investor, not you. Second of all the salty value investors talking shit about OpenAI and NVIDIA. Why isn't my 8 times book earnings decline or going up? Why is NVIDIA worth 4 trillion and OpenAI worth $500 million? It's not fair. $500 billion. Not fair. This chemicals company I bought in Kazakhstan is trading at 3 times. Why isn't it going up? I'm short Tesla. Why isn't it going down? Don't they know I'm a value investor? Cry me a river. Cry me a river. There's plenty of chemical companies in Kazakhstan. What the fuck are you talking about? The oil country. Cry me a river. Boom. Cry me a river. Boom. It's the only annealing company in the space. There's a reason it's the only annealing company in the space. Like saying it's the only time machine company in the time machine space. Pioneering mechanism of action. Tapper Watch starting very soon, yeah. RVMD, right? Hopefully it doesn't say RVMB. I wish GT. Those masterpieces don't come out every day. I do have a website called On the Impossible, where there's 2 more of those on theimpossible.com. Yeah, I'm not sure, Bay Street. That drug needs more studies. No, Impossible is a separate company, actually. I'm shorting more BTQ. Yeah, is Kramer on board with the short though? I think he's just warning people. Wow, they have 5 stocks at Darwin Global. Huh. Verona and Maris, I think both of which got acquired. Insmed, Sedera, and Allogene. Basically, the whole fund is Insmed. Wow. Nancy Pelosi is not a stock trader. Stop fucking asking. You're done. You're done on this channel forever. You're not an investor. Go away. Don't come back. I've never bought precious metals. I never will. What that is. I really don't know. Yeah, BTQ is gonna. This is monotherapy. Second line. There's monotherapy in first line. Quantum's dropping. S&P doing fine. Finally some healthy rotation. Yeah, Eric, totally. Oh, I forgot AWS is down. I'm clicking links and I'm like, what's going on? What's the problem? IonQ. Rigetti down 7%. Nice. IonQ below 60. Excellent. Wow, I got to update my returns here. Almost up 200%. Top is in. Top is in. Is in, motherfucker. You motherfucker. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. We are the champion. Got a lot more money to make as we continue to short quantum. I mean, these stocks will go back to where they came from. Don't let up. Don't let up. The only question is, what is there to buy? Any longs at all? Hero getting bought out. So that's over. Maybe ANAB? I don't know. Sarepta? I like Sarepta. More Spruce? Could buy some Spruce, I guess. I'll buy some Sarepta too. Oh. Go on Godel. Go on Godel and pull up the news on Sarepta. Did you guys do that? Check this out. What does it say? Fucking AWS. No, don't tell me what's going to be big. I know what's going to be big. Hate some of you guys. Okay, look at Sarepta News, right? You looking? You looking? I have the filters. I got these filters all messed up. Let me reset to default. You see this? What does that say? Risbevi? You want some Risbevi? Only on Godel. A lot of new features coming to Godel. Let's go. How many websites are down? There are no options for Spruce, as far as I know. Unless you know something I don't. I got a pee-pee. I'll be back 5-10 minutes. I mean, it shouldn't be 5-10 minutes, right? It should be about like 2 minutes. Okay, we're back. Damn, girl, what's your name? Um, I think I'm gonna dress up my. We're definitely dressing up my son with a monkey and dinosaur. Got monkey and dinosaur costumes ready for him, so I don't know which one I do. Still got that dog in me. Roof. You know, I still got that dog in me. Roof. Yeah, you want to see my son? Want to see a picture? So, if you guys could see this, this little Chuck Chuck. Call him sometimes Chucky. My mom likes that name because Rugrats was a favorite of ours. So this is Chuck Chuck. I don't know how his nails are already dirty. Chuck Chuck. Little Chuck Chuck. He's so cute. That's his little doggy. Doggy pacifier. Yeah. He's the man. We should have called him Biden, yeah. Got more pictures? He is 2 months old. Am I joking about what? Yeah, he's been on stream. He's a little star in the making. He's calm at night. He's all over the place. I don't know why he cries like crazy. Crying nonstop, bro. Bro, stop it. What you doing, bro? You're not. Real ones don't cry like that. Crying. Why are you surprised? You don't fucking know me. Who the hell are you? Acting like you know me. Joined 16 years ago. Damn. Maybe I do know you. Do I know you? Fucking know you? You got a baby too. Lab. Oh, what's up though? He was on Blab? He was on. You remember Zentani? I kind of remember you now. Anyway, that was a long ass time ago, you know? Now we all have babies. I don't know what GSIT is. GSIT? What is this? In memory APU. Oh boy. Everything's in memory. What? Make any sense? A6000? Who's using that fucking A6000? I mean, I'll read a paper. There's a lot of Germans in Godel, and we're adding real-time German stocks and stuff like that too. Is it raining? Fury. Germany has a lot of stocks. It's like the third or fourth biggest market. Germany is one of the few European countries doing anything. People still sort of work, sort of, kinda. Okay, I bought some Sarepta calls. Well, you guys, one of my friends is in jail. Really crazy story. Could be the top. Let's see D-Wave coming back a little bit. Okay, so IonQ puts. Maybe I buy, what do you think, 75s or 70s? I always like in the monies. Out of the monies are a little too crazy for me. Well, I don't win all the time. Yeah, I just bought some Sarepta. No, I mostly avoid options, but I have this one weird account where I have Rigetti 59 puts. What's the intrinsic value of that? There's a app for that. Calc 59 minus 43. Okay, that's 1530. I have 80 IonQ 85 puts. Jesus. Wild. 85 minus 60 is 25. $25.30 or something. See more Rigetti puts maybe closer to in the money. Let me go. That's so close to expiry. Rigetti's at 44, so I might do like $5 in the money. That. Cross a bunch. Who the fuck do you think you are asking me questions? You think I'm your personal advisor? Name 5 things. Kiss my ass. Name 5 things. What do you think you are? Imagine telling me what to do. Imagine telling me what to do. Me what to do. Their data was bad months ago. I'm gonna play Roblox. Play Roblox. Capricorn is the most capped. It's right in their name. Can't get more capped than that. You got to learn how to spell Sarepta first. Continuing to bleed here. Okay, so for Revolution, if this drug works, which people are just straight up assuming it does, which I never like to do that, because surprises will surprise you. Make a little model here. 2026. There's 60,000 people with PDAC diagnosed every year. According to their data, I don't know, they'd be on drug for a year. I'm not even sure what oncology drugs go for anymore these days. Jesus. Holy shnikes. Hmm. Baker owns 9 million out of 189. 5%. Fidelity. Kind of underowned in a way. Fairlawn owns a ton. Appeals court allows Trump to send troops to Portland, Oregon. Okay. Don't give me money. You can use Godel. Godel terminal. .com. Wow, look at QBTS falling. Quantum stocks are dying like a dog. He died like a dog. Dog, dog, dog. Then the beat drops. He died like a dog.
Top news alert. U.S. stocks, Wall Street rallies on tech strength earnings optimism.
Yes. Saw the Sarepta news that's only available on our platform. Yeah. Oh no, breakthrough articles. Inshallah. Since Mod Money has been successful, I don't say inshallah anymore. I do not want this guy to be mayor. I really don't like him. Call me xenophobic. There you go. He's a communist. Okay, if you think Mud Monty's the GOAT, go think that in some other channel. Out of here. Capitalists only here, buddy. Out of here. Fuck out, Mike. All of you, get the fuck out of here. No communists allowed. Road to serfdom. Some of y'all taking an escalator. Some of y'all taking an escalator. Sorry. This guy goes, surprise, rich guy doesn't like Modmani. My brother in Christ, this is investing channel. We're all rich. What are you, stupid? What the fuck do you think you are? The communism channel? The sharing our wealth channel? Off that GG. I think excluding Quantum maybe like 400% or something crazy. It's my only loser. Well, it's one of my only losers. What is it, Azar? I'll jump on TBPN. I don't give a fuck. Communist Russia, you were up 153% as well. I think my biggest win was ATYR. BTQ is a scam because they have no revenue and no products. I love it. Spaghetti rigetti. I don't care if Cuomo's a piece of shit. Keep that communist away. New York has always had pieces of shit for politicians. Just work hard, Sam. Nothing special. Focus and work hard. I think BTQ became a thing with that guy, what's his name? Eric Eric Smackson. The Aklo is work. Joby. Just short Joby. Oh no, this guy is mad. Who's mad? I want these tears. Hold on. Need these tears. He's so good. Tears of Quantum Longs. Let me short some Joby for you. What else should I short? Very close to 200%. Oh my god. The communist fans are here. All you communists. Comrade. These huge weights. This must be like 1,000,000 pounds. Ooh. Shut up. And these weights are huge. And so many plates on these weights. I think they go up to 55. Actually, he's a democratic socialist. Holy D-Wave. He's 65. God damn. Gain. Huge. 1 rep max, isn't that what you're supposed to do? That's for conditioning. You guys wouldn't know these secret workout techniques. That's just for conditioning. Slower on the decline. Okay, I appreciate that. Good looking. And I'm so swole, it's crazy. You know what? I'm gonna short some Ion Q. Ion Q is worthless. BTQ is really the best of all these dogs. That. Some capper. Capper. Where's Lays? Lays back to my screen. Dogs. Got 6 quantum stocks now? It's crazy. Alan Barrett. These people don't believe in their own company, dude. Burn, baby, burn. I don't know if I can look at more of these quantum stocks, man. They're all so fucking fraudulent. Makes me mad because I went to jail and they didn't. How are they going to take Shkreli to jail and not take these 6 quantum CEOs to jail, bro? Except for Getty. He's good. Well, Ramiro, the one sector I've been short is fucking imploding. I don't know if D-Wave's worse than IonQ, man. They're both scam-malicious. IBM or Google spun off QC, depending on the market cap, yeah, I'd short it. There were no dope financiers I was in jail with. Everyone was a scam artist. What's the latest deal? What do you mean? Deep. Wave is, they're all really in. No, we're not snitches. Even if we're short, we're not snitches. Fuck that. Promise a long time ago. And Q will pivot. They'll be in fucking blockchain soon. What? Getting ready for jail. I already been, bud. Already been. Collapse? Perhaps? Koreans are out of money, bro. Koreans are getting margin called. Let's see what's going on this. My man Jake W is usually spot on with short-term QA. What the fuck? Foolish. I warned you about quantum stocks. Man, who the hell are you? Amazon spending, damn, $3 billion on AWS. You can do safes and Stripe. Scooter is a market maker. Hey, hey, hey. Damn, Quantum's been like burning down several days in a row. Who's loving this? Some of you are talking a little too much. I got an itchy ban finger. Not afraid to ban you. Really not. Really not, man. Okay, so here's the main point here, is that median PFS is anywhere from 5.5 to, I guess, 8 months. These guys do 8 for second line. First line. Overall survival is 8.5 months to 11 points. So the question is, are these patients benefiting from this drug? And can you conclude that from a single arm study? 23, 43% response rate. I think it's a foregone conclusion. This assumption that there's no way.
Top news alert. U.S. appeals court lets Trump send troops to Portland.
There's an assumption that there's no way that right, Hoop Fan? That there's no way you could do these numbers without the drug working, but I'm not so sure that's true. You ever get? He's still up a lot. Crazy. Disco Kid, friend of mine, one of my dad's favorite songs. Was a friend of Yeah, you know the song? So my son is 5.4 kilograms. The problem is I have no clue how much that is. And he's 60 centimeters long. 60 centimeters. I haven't had too much time to play guitar. Oh, there's a Cypress Hill version? Never heard the Cypress Hill version. 11 pounds. Let's go. 14 ounces. That's basically 12 pounds. That's heavier than a cat. Bigger than Trashy and Nibbles. 24 inches. That's 2 feet. No tail. You have a baby. I'm guessing chess player ended his own life. Very sad. Or it was a tragedy of some kind. Does anybody know? Immunotherapy for what disease? Immunology is about half of medicine. South Korea. Yeah, I mean, it's a standard for a lot of cancers now. You're stimulating the a lot of other situations you're trying to dampen the immune. Shout out to grandma. Yeah, I don't know if they're notoriously bad with substance, but I do know some chess players who drink. You guys still there? Okay. Line PDAC. No patients progress? That's not bad. Would be nice to be one of these patients with a cancer trial. Right? Only 2 patients progressed. Guy here. Tumor still shrunk a little. And does anybody see it? And this is monotherapy. (13 to 16-month survival). Oh, thanks, Kaiser. What I thought. No baseline lesion. That's so funny, Kaiser. I just, I hate looking at any uncontrolled data, but you really, I mean, second line PDAC monotherapy, you're really not supposed to have any any benefit at all. Waterfall charts look very good. I mean, basically nobody doesn't benefit somewhat. Heard of to get a CR, right? Here's the here's the history for progression-free survival. Progression-free survival, 3 months, 2 months. That is really funny, William. Poor Gene. Sitting in Hong Kong, long some shit company. Yeah, 2 to 3 months progression-free survival, single-digit ORR, 6-month overall survival. They're sort of double that. Could that be possible? I'd say with monotherapy, something pretty good there. 4x or 3x, 3x the progression-free survival, 2 to 3x overall survival. Could be a long. I was watching these guys a long time. Still kind of not too late though. Every once in a blue moon, I write my thinking on stocks. I don't have the time to do it anymore. On the Impossible goes through two stocks that I shorted that I felt were impossible to. I think it was possible that the company could that the drug could possibly work. All right, I bought a little RVMD. Really ugly selling for quantum stocks. Ooh, like this shit show. There's very few biotech companies that consistently make great medicines. For a while it was BioMarin, and then they lost their way. Genzyme, long gone. Yeah, Eric Jackson's clueless. I manage a software company called DL Software. That's that. Now I get to go home, smoke some weed. Yeah, we're rolling out annually, I think, later this week. Yeah. No, Godel is a good joke. Named after Dell. We really are big fans of Dell. Go Dell! So fed right now? Oh man, CBOT wheat is trading higher. We blaze. Just blaze. Yee. Want a hashish. Girdle. Girdle. You gotta be German to really say it properly. Great day. I hope you guys had a good day too. Love how everyone asks every day, why are you up? Why are you down? I thought you were just up. Why are you down? Here's the crazy thing I do is I trade different stocks, and sometimes they go up and sometimes they go down. That changes the performance. Hope that helps. Sometimes the stocks are very volatile. That's why I'm losing my hair. Okay, some press releases rolling in here. Nothing too exciting. Apple closes in on 4 trillion valuation as data shows strong demand for iPhone 17. Is that right? MD5. That's the only hash I smoke. Oh, I like that. That's a good nerd rap. I wonder. When the patent is up. I gotta add patents to Godel.
Thank you for standing by and welcome to Revolution Medicine's conference call. Today's program is being recorded. At this time, all participants are in listen-only mode. We ask that due to a full queue and program today that you ask yourself just one question and one follow-up. You may get back in the queue as time allows. If you'd like to ask a question during the session, you'll need to press star 11 on your telephone. If your question has been answered and you'd like to remove yourself from the queue, simply press star 11 again. I'd now like to introduce your host for today's program, Ryan Asay, Senior Vice President of Corporate Affairs. Please go ahead.
Thank you, and welcome everyone to this afternoon's webcast. Joining me on today's call are Dr. Mark Goldsmith, Revolution Medicine's Chairman and Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Steve Kelsey, our President of Research and Development, and Dr. Wei Lin, our Chief Medical Officer. As we begin our presentation, I would ask that you review our legal disclaimer on slide 2. And with that, I'll turn the call over to Dr. Mark Goldsmith, our Chairman and Chief Executive Officer. Mark?
Thanks, Ryan, and thank you to everyone who's joined us today. Slide 3. At Revolution Medicines, we remain committed to revolutionizing treatment for patients with RAS-addicted cancers through the discovery, development, and delivery of innovative targeted medicines. We are making important strides in pursuit of this mission as we advance broad development programs for our first 3 highly innovative RAS(ON) inhibitors in the clinic. Daraxonrasib, which targets a broad array of oncogenic RAS variants, and 2 RAS mutant selective inhibitors, elironrasib and zoldonrasib, for RAS G12C and G12D respectively. Our ambition is to address unmet medical needs in common RAS-addicted cancers, including pancreatic cancer, lung cancer, and colorectal cancer. To date, we've disclosed encouraging clinical progress. Today's presentation will focus on our first-line treatment strategy for patients with metastatic pancreatic cancer, a highly RAS-addicted disease centered on daraxonrasib, a promising and our most advanced investigational RAS(ON) inhibitor. Momentarily, Dr. Steve Kelsey, our President of R&D, will provide an overview of current clinical practice and outcomes in first-line treatment and the new approach we are developing. Dr. Wei Lin will then present 3 new clinical data sets supporting this approach and concluding with our RASolute 303 trial design. I'll then close with a few remarks and open the call to Q&A. Steve?
Chuck. Yo.
Thanks, Mark. Moving on to slide 4, pancreatic adenocarcinoma, or PDAC, is a devastating disease. It remains the 3rd leading cause of cancer death in the United States, with an urgent need for better treatment options. PDAC is the most RAS-addicted of all major cancers. More than 90% of PDAC tumors harbor a RAS driver mutation. And in PDAC, as in other RAS-driven tumors, excessive signaling by RAS in the active or on state, or RAS(ON), is a primary driver of tumor growth and a major contributor to drug resistance. Approximately 56,000 patients are diagnosed with PDAC each year in the US alone, and the unmet medical need remains huge. Most patients are diagnosed with metastatic disease, and those who are not will eventually progress to metastatic disease. 5-year survival is only 3%, despite the best available current therapies. Cytotoxic chemotherapy is currently the standard of care in all lines of therapy for metastatic PDAC, although patients with resectable disease may typically receive chemotherapy with surgery. Not all patients with metastatic disease opt to receive or are fit enough to receive first-line chemotherapy, which typically consists of either a 5-FU-based or gemcitabine-based regimen. Of those who do receive chemotherapy in the first-line setting, nearly half will progress and die during treatment. Less than half of patients may receive a second-line therapy. Significant improvements in the treatment of advanced and metastatic PDAC are required. A deeper look at conventional outcome measures for patients receiving first-line chemotherapy for metastatic PDAC further highlights the need for treatments with improved efficacy and tolerability. Slide 6 outlines reported results from phase 3 trials evaluating both 5-FU-based and gemcitabine-based regimens. These two types of cytotoxic chemotherapy are used globally, albeit with some geographic differences due to physician preferences. In the United States, most people are considered eligible for gemcitabine with nab-paclitaxel, or GNP, while the modified FOLFIRINOX or NALIFEROX regimens are generally reserved for patients with superior performance status. Efficacy and safety outcomes across the two regimens are generally similar.
Top news alert. U.S.
Commonly,
stocks, Wall Street
GNP
ends sharply higher as
5-FU-based
earnings
regimens
optimism fuels
have
risk
had
appetite.
reported objective response rates in the 30% range, with selected examples reaching the low 40s%. Note that sometimes unconfirmed responses are included in the ORR reporting. The disease control rates are generally in the 60% range for both types of regimens, with selected examples reaching as high as the mid-70s. The high end of the reported range for median progression-free survival for both regimens reaches approximately 7 to 8 months, and the upper end of the reported range for median overall survival for both regimens is short of a year at 11.7 months. Chemotherapy is generally challenging for patients and usually requires dose modification. The grade 3 or higher treatment-related adverse event rate was reported to be approximately 70% for both GNP and 5-FU-based regimens. Dose reductions and dose discontinuations due to treatment-related adverse events were reported to be approximately 50% and 25% respectively for each regimen. Overall, patients who receive first-line combination chemotherapy for PDAC typically spend most of their final year of life receiving chemotherapy and managing the difficult side effects thereof. Since pancreatic cancer is commonly caused by excessive RAS-on signaling due to oncogenic RAS driver mutations, targeted treatment with a RAS-on inhibitor seems like a compelling opportunity. Daraxonrasib is a groundbreaking RAS-on multi-selective tri-complex inhibitor that is designed to inhibit all or nearly all oncogenic variants of RAS, including wild-type RAS. It also suppresses many of the common drug resistance mechanisms that are mediated through RAS signaling. Preclinically, daraxonrasib has shown deep and durable monotherapy and combination activity across numerous cancer models, including pancreatic cancer xenografts and PDX models. And importantly, we have reported promising clinical activity for daraxonrasib with an acceptable safety profile in patients with previously treated PDAC, non-small cell lung cancer, and other solid tumors. Furthermore, the FDA recently granted breakthrough therapy designation for daraxonrasib in previously treated metastatic pancreatic cancer with KRAS G12 mutations. We are currently conducting the RASolute 302 global randomized phase 3 trial of daraxonrasib in second-line PDAC. Today, we'd like to explain our rationale and plans for developing daraxonrasib in first-line metastatic PDAC. As previewed in this high-level schema, we are preparing to conduct a randomized 3-arm phase 3 study that will compare each of 2 new treatment regimens to GNP, an accepted and widely used standard of care. The first regimen is daraxonrasib monotherapy. The second treatment arm will be daraxonrasib with concurrent GNP, followed by daraxonrasib. Our previously reported data in second-line PDAC provides some confidence that the efficacy profile of single-agent daraxonrasib could exceed combination chemotherapy in first-line metastatic PDAC. In addition, the tolerability profile of the first-line therapy could be improved by a targeted agent like daraxonrasib, and intensive chemotherapy could be held in reserve for salvage second-line therapy. The rationale for the chemotherapy combination arm will be covered later in this presentation. In a few minutes, Dr. Lin will provide additional details of the RASolute 303 study. But before doing so, he will present 3 new clinical data sets that support our plan. First, updated data from long-term follow-up of the patients in the daraxonrasib monotherapy cohort of the phase 1 trial in patients with second-line metastatic PDAC that reinforces the strong underlying proof of concept. Second, a first disclosure of data on daraxonrasib monotherapy in first-line metastatic PDAC. And third, a first disclosure of data on daraxonrasib combined with GNP in the first-line metastatic PDAC setting. Wei.
Thank you, Steve. I'll begin with an update on the long-term follow-up for daraxonrasib monotherapy in second-line metastatic pancreatic cancer. As a reminder, reported efficacy in second-line PDAC for current standard care, regardless of the chemotherapy regimen evaluated, is characterized by median progression-free survival in the range of 2 to 3.5 months and median overall survival of approximately 6 to 7 months. Slide 10 shows an updated waterfall plot demonstrating robust anti-tumor activity in PDAC patients previously treated with one line of systemic therapy and median follow-up of approximately 17 months. Daraxonrasib at 300 milligrams daily achieved an objective response rate of 35% in RAS G12X mutant PDAC and 29% in the broader RAS mutant PDAC population. With a longer follow-up since the last data we shared for this patient population, all the responses have been confirmed. The disease control rates were 92% for RAS G12X patients and 95% for all RAS mutant patients. Of note, 6 patients remain on study treatment, as indicated by the small arrows beneath the waterfall. I also want to note here that the tolerability and safety profile in this cohort has remained stable with a longer follow-up and is generally consistent with our earlier report. Slide 11 shows the updated progression-free survival analysis from this longer follow-up. The median PFS in the second-line population exceeds 8 months for both RAS G12X and all RAS mutant groups. The lower bounds of 95% confidence intervals are around 6 months. More than 80% of patients were progression-free at 3 months and over 60% at 6 months. These compelling data suggest a sustained suppression of RAS as a key driver in pancreatic cancer may translate to prolonged response and disease control. Slide 12 shows the updated overall survival analysis. With a longer follow-up, the median OS is now estimable at 13.1 months for the RAS G12X group and 15.6 months for the all RAS mutant group. Of note, the estimated median overall survival is over 1 year in both groups, something that hasn't been achieved previously in any reported line of treatment for patients with metastatic pancreatic cancer. The lower bounds of 95% confidence interval are nearly 11 months. The proportion of patients who were alive at 6 months is over 90%, and at 12 months is over 50%. We're encouraged by the potential for long-term clinical benefits suggested by these data, which show consistency with earlier readouts and strengthen our belief that daraxonrasib is highly differentiated from chemotherapy in terms of anti-tumor activity, durability of effect, and tolerability. The ongoing RASolute 302 pivotal study in second-line metastatic PDAC will evaluate these potential long-term benefits in a randomized phase 3 trial. Now I'll share our newest daraxonrasib data in first-line metastatic pancreatic cancer. Slide 14 shows that the safety profile of daraxonrasib monotherapy in the treatment-naive setting is generally consistent with what was observed and reported in the second-line setting. As of the July 28 data extract, 40 treatment-naive patients carrying RAS mutant pancreatic cancers had been treated with daraxonrasib at 300 milligrams daily. Approximately one-third of patients experienced a grade 3 treatment-related adverse event, or TRAE, and there were no grade 4 or 5 TRAEs. Similar to the second-line setting, the three most common TRAEs were rash, diarrhea, and stomatitis mucositis. For individual TRAEs, the rates of grade 3 events were all 10% or less. These adverse events were manageable with routine clinical interventions based on our learnings from the previously treated setting and implemented here, as well as in our ongoing Resolute 302 pivotal trial. The rates of selected adverse events, such as liver enzyme elevation and cytopenias, both of which are relevant to the combination development of daraxonrasib with standard of care chemotherapy, remain low. This observation has implications for combination regimens we're developing in the first-line setting, which I'll present later in this presentation. Slide 15 shows that the safety and tolerability profile of daraxonrasib has translated to an acceptable rate of dose modification, achieving a favorable dose intensity. Approximately half of patients were able to stay on daraxonrasib without any dose interruption. Two-thirds of patients remained on 300 milligrams daily while on treatment, with only one-third requiring a dose reduction. The rate of discontinuation due to treatment-related adverse events was a modest 10%. This resulted in a mean dose intensity of 85%. Similar to the experience in second-line patients, these data suggest that daraxonrasib at 300 milligrams daily can be given consistently to PDAC patients in the first-line setting, a property that is designed to translate into sustained inhibition of RAS signaling in tumors. Slide 16 shows the impact of this approach on tumors. This slide focuses on 38 patients with first-line metastatic PDAC. Note that 2 patients in the safety cohort did not meet the definition of first-line metastatic disease and were excluded from efficacy assessment. One patient had locally advanced PDAC, and the other had a synchronous neuroendocrine tumor. Daraxonrasib monotherapy induced deep tumor regressions in many of the patients with first-line metastatic PDAC. The objective response rate was 47%, and the disease control rate was 89%. The majority of patients remained on study treatment as of the data extract date of July 28. These initial findings demonstrate that daraxonrasib is highly active in the first-line setting and are highly encouraging with regard to daraxonrasib's potential as a first-line treatment for patients with PDAC. We continue to follow these patients for deepening of response and to evaluate durability of the clinical benefit. Next, I plan to share our data for the combination of daraxonrasib with gemcitabine nab-paclitaxel, or GNP, in first-line metastatic PDAC. Before doing so, I want to provide the rationale for advancing this combination. First, why a combination with chemotherapy? As shown in the patient flow Steve presented earlier, attrition from first-line to second-line is high, and the majority of first-line patients do not receive second-line chemotherapy. Therefore, some physicians will have a preference for a combination regimen in first-line, aiming to ensure that patients may gain survival benefits from both daraxonrasib and chemotherapy. Furthermore, resistance to therapy is often due to tumor heterogeneity, meaning that a tumor may be a mix of 2 or more cancer cells with different phenotypes. In principle, potential heterogeneity in cellular sensitivity to different treatments may be overcome by combining the different mechanisms of action of daraxonrasib, a targeted RAS(ON) inhibitor, and chemotherapy. Second, why a combination with GMP? It is a globally used standard of care in first-line PDAC. Its safety and tolerability profile means that more patients are eligible for GMP than for FOLFIRINOX, while the clinical outcomes from the two types of regimens are objectively quite similar. So if one were to select only one first-line chemotherapy for combination development, it would be GMP. I'll comment a little further on FOLFIRINOX later. Slide 18 shows the preclinical data that support development of the combination of daraxonrasib with GMP. In the left panel, while daraxonrasib monotherapy itself proved superior to GMP in a KRAS G12V PDAC model at clinically translatable doses, the combination daraxonrasib plus GMP further deepened and sustained tumor regressions. In the right panel, while treatment with daraxonrasib monotherapy delivered greater progression-free survival than did GMP in this experiment, studying 10 different PDAC xenograft models, the combination daraxonrasib with GMP significantly prolonged the PFS compared to either regimen alone. These preclinical experiments provide a strong basis for our clinical evaluation of the daraxonrasib plus GMP combination. Slide 19 summarizes the rationale for the selection of the doses and schedules for the daraxonrasib plus GMP regimen. In constructing this regimen, the objectives are to sustain continuous suppression of RAS signaling via high dose intensity for daraxonrasib, to leverage the anti-tumor contribution of chemotherapy, and to achieve an overall safety profile that is competitive against standard chemotherapy. For daraxonrasib, we considered our prior experience with monotherapy in second-line pancreatic cancer, in which daraxonrasib showed robust anti-tumor activity at 160 to 300 milligrams daily, with small dose-dependent increases in exposure, activity, and side effects observed within this range. For monotherapy treatment with daraxonrasib in PDAC, we regularly use 300 milligrams daily in order to maximize the potential anti-tumor activity for each patient while maintaining an acceptable safety profile. In combination with GMP, we evaluated a few exploratory cohorts of patients at different daraxonrasib doses and selected 200 milligrams daily as the go-forward dose in order to optimize the risk-benefit in the context of concurrent GMP, with its characteristic side effects. We know from our experience in second-line PDAC that 200 milligrams is a highly active and generally well-tolerated dose of daraxonrasib. Regarding GMP dosing, in clinical practice, both gemcitabine and nab-paclitaxel are routinely given at the approved full doses regardless of frequency, and we do not make any adjustment to full dose in combination with daraxonrasib. Regarding dosing frequency, GMP is typically given under one of two standard schedules over a 28-day cycle, dosing on days 1 and 15, or dosing on days 1, 8, and 15. It is understood among many practitioners that the days 1, 8, and 15 schedule is associated with higher rates of dose interruptions and reductions due to bone marrow toxicity and neuropathy. Often patients started on a days 1, 8, and 15 schedule are unable to consistently receive all doses and practically end up converging on a days 1 and 15 dosing regimen. Further, studies from the Mayo Clinic and MD Anderson suggested that the days 1 and 15 schedule significantly reduced cytopenias and neuropathy while maintaining efficacy similar to that of the days 1, 8, and 15 schedule. In this context, based on a small number of exploratory daraxonrasib plus GMP cohorts, we selected the days 1 and 15 regimen for GMP as the go-forward schedule for the improved safety, tolerability, and patient convenience, while aiming to preserve its potential contribution to efficacy in the combination. I'll next present the clinical data from patients with first-line PDAC treated with daraxonrasib 200 milligrams daily and full-dose GMP with biweekly dosing. Slide 20 shows an acceptable safety profile for this daraxonrasib plus GMP combination. The TRAEs are additive of the profiles of the individual agents, and the rates are as expected based on the monotherapy safety profiles. No new safety signals emerged. The combined grade 3 or higher TRAE rate was close to 60%, largely due to the inclusion of chemotherapy. The key overlapping toxicity of diarrhea was 13% for grade 3, with no grade 4 or 5 TRAEs related to diarrhea. Grade 3 or higher anemia and neutropenia are around 20%, and grade 3 liver enzyme elevations were in the single digits. There were no grade 5 TRAEs. The safety profile of the combination regimen translated to an acceptable degree of dose modification, as well as favorable dose intensity for daraxonrasib, as shown on slide 21. Approximately half of patients were able to receive daraxonrasib without interruptions caused by TRAEs, and 3/4 did not require a dose reduction. The rate of daraxonrasib discontinuation was only 5%. This rate of dose modification resulted in a mean dose intensity exceeding 80% for daraxonrasib. For GMP, a dose intensity of over 60% is consistent with expectations for GMP alone. The daraxonrasib dose modification rate and dose intensity are consistent with those observed with daraxonrasib monotherapy at 300 milligrams. By selecting daraxonrasib at 200 milligrams to combine with GMP, we aim to achieve sustained RAS inhibition similar to that of daraxonrasib monotherapy, while gaining an additional contribution to anti-tumor activity from cytotoxic chemotherapy. Slide 22 shows the encouraging preliminary efficacy of this daraxonrasib plus GMP combination. Here, we're showing data for 31 patients who received a first dose of daraxonrasib plus GMP at least 18 weeks prior to data cutoff date. The waterfall plot shows that deep and sustained tumor regressions were achieved in the majority of patients, most of whom remained on study treatment as of the July 28th data extract date. The objective response rate was 55%, with an associated disease control rate of 90%. These initial findings are highly encouraging with regard to daraxonrasib's potential as a first-line treatment for patients with PDAC. With a median follow-up of a little over half a year, median PFS and OS are not mature enough to be estimated at this time. We presented 3 main sets of data in support of late-stage development of daraxonrasib in first-line PDAC. The mature overall survival provided by daraxonrasib monotherapy in second-line, the highly encouraging anti-tumor activity and acceptable safety profile of daraxonrasib monotherapy in first-line, and the highly encouraging anti-tumor activity and acceptable safety profile of daraxonrasib plus GMP in first-line. In aggregate, these findings support initiation of a pivotal trial in patients with treatment-naive metastatic pancreatic adenocarcinoma to evaluate the efficacy of daraxonrasib monotherapy and daraxonrasib in combination with GMP. The schematic of the expected design is shown here on slide 23. We plan to randomize approximately 900 all-comer patients with first-line PDAC, regardless of RAS status. to evaluate these two experimental regimens, as well as full-dose GMP as the comparator. Study participants will be stratified by RAS mutation status to balance potential differences in outcome due to prognostic or predictive value of RAS mutation. Daraxonrasib monotherapy will be given at 300 milligrams daily. Daraxonrasib will be given at 200 milligrams daily in combination with GMP, which will be given at full dose on the days 1 and 15 schedule, and patients will transition to daraxonrasib 300 milligrams daily after completion of chemotherapy. In all three arms, treatment will continue until disease progression or intolerance. The primary endpoints will be PFS and OS. Each investigational arm will be compared independently with the control. The protocol has not been fully finalized yet, so some details of the study design may change by the time the study is initiated. In addition to the daraxonrasib plus GMP combination, we also evaluated the combination of daraxonrasib with FOLFIRINOX. We observed robust anti-tumor activity, further validating the concept of combining RAS inhibition with cytotoxic chemotherapy. However, FOLFIRINOX itself has a wide range of toxicities than GMP, especially GI toxicities. And patients receiving a combination regimen required a high level of management by the physician, making it less practical to implement on a wide basis across diverse institutional settings. Furthermore, as noted, treatment with FOLFIRINOX demands a higher baseline performance status, limiting its use to less than half of metastatic pancreatic cancer patients. Finally, GMP is the most widely used first-line therapy in Japan and certain countries in Europe. Therefore, based on these considerations, we have elected to develop daraxonrasib in combination with GMP in our effort to change the standard care globally for patients with treatment-naive PDAC. We're optimistic that daraxonrasib, as both monotherapy and in combination with GMP, could be options that help achieve our goal. We plan to reserve potential combination with FOLFIRINOX for our mutant-selective inhibitors such as zoldonrasib. With that, I'll hand the mic back to Mark.
Thank you, Wei. I'll conclude our prepared remarks with slide 25, which highlights our bold vision for daraxonrasib to become a new global standard of care for patients with PDAC in metastatic and non-metastatic disease settings. As noted throughout this presentation, current treatment options for PDAC leave significant room for improvement. Today, for those who receive standard of care chemotherapy, outcomes are clearly suboptimal, and many patients are simply not able to receive or benefit from such treatment. Daraxonrasib's highly innovative mechanism of action, breadth of RAS mutation coverage, and extensive preclinical profile suggest it is well matched to counter the oncogenic drivers of PDAC. And we have generated substantial and growing evidence of daraxonrasib's compelling profile across lines of treatment for PDAC. The long-term follow-up data we reported today for monotherapy in patients with second-line PDAC reaffirms the promising activity, durability, and acceptable safety and tolerability we have previously reported. The new findings we presented this afternoon for monotherapy in the first-line PDAC setting are highly encouraging, and monotherapy represents a core component of our first-line phase 3 trial. Additionally, the new initial findings we presented for a combination with chemotherapy in the first-line setting are also highly encouraging, and combination treatment is a second core component of this trial. Both monotherapy and combination with GMP hold great promise in support of our ambition to improve treatment outcomes for patients with first-line PDAC. As noted, we are conducting a broad-based, late-stage global development program to evaluate daraxonrasib in multiple lines of treatment for PDAC. We have either initiated or are on track to initiate this year 3 phase 3 clinical trials across lines of therapy in PDAC. Resolute 302 in patients with second-line metastatic PDAC has been enrolling well, and we expect to complete global enrollment
Top news
this
alert.
year
U.S. stocks,
to
Wall
enable
Street ends
an
sharply higher as
expected data
earnings
readout in
optimism fuels risk
2026.
appetite.
As described today, Resolute 303 in patients with first-line metastatic PDAC is progressing toward a phase 3 trial initiation in Q4. And Resolute 304, evaluating adjuvant treatment for patients with resectable PDAC, is also progressing. As described today, second-line metastatic PDAC has been enrolling well, and we expect to complete global enrollment this year to enable an expected data readout in 2026. As described today, Resolute 303 in patients with first-line metastatic PDAC is progressing toward a phase 3 trial initiation in Q4. And Resolute 304, evaluating adjuvant treatment for patients with resectable PDAC, is also progressing toward a phase 3 trial initiation in Q4. We have intentionally kept today's focus on the first-line metastatic setting and plan to share the trial design for Resolute 304 next quarter. With each clinical achievement, we advance one step further toward developing the leading global targeted medicines franchise for patients living with RAS-addicted cancers. Based on the compelling data shared today, we are increasingly confident in the potential to establish daraxonrasib as a new global standard of care for patients living with pancreatic cancer. I'll now turn the call over to the operator for the Q&A session.
Certainly. And ladies and gentlemen, as a reminder, we ask that you please limit yourself to one question and one follow-up. You may get back in the queue as time allows. Our first question for today comes from the line of Jonathan Chang from Leerink Partners. Your question, please.
Hi, this is Albert Agustinus dialing in for Jonathan Chang. Congratulations on the progress, and thank you for taking my question. So my first question is regarding the efficacy in first-line PDAC. How should we think about the relatively similar response rate between daraxonrasib monotherapy and daraxonrasib plus Gem/Nab-Pac? And I guess as a follow-up on that, how should we think about the potential durability of responses in monotherapy versus daraxonrasib plus Gem/Nab-Pac? Thank you.
Thanks very much for your question. So I guess there were two parts to that. One is how similar was monotherapy to combination, and what about durability? Wei, would you like to comment on that?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the question. So I think certainly we're very encouraged by the improvement in the monotherapy activity going from second line to first line, and that's typically seen in any drug, and this certainly holds. And it just highlights to the degree of addiction of these tumors, and also the lack of other treatment creates higher degree of sensitivity. Now, 47 and 55, they are within 10 points each other, of course, but we do see some contribution of chemotherapy, I think, to the addition of the regimen. And I think one of the hypotheses we're testing in this is really, in terms of long-term benefit of the patients, is it more important to give them together or sequentially, right? I think that's one of the outcomes of this three-arm design. So in terms of long-term durability, I think it's a little too early to assess. I think many of our experiences really shows that disease control rate does have is one of the earlier correlates, and certainly we have a very high 90% disease control rate. And so with longer follow-up, we'll be closely monitoring and then reporting on those long-term durability and benefits.
Yeah, if I could just add a comment to that. In our view, across these three different data sets, the results are really unprecedented for pancreatic cancer patients with metastatic disease. The second-line responses, but more importantly, the durability, the OS benefit that Wei alluded to, the first-line monotherapy with a 45% response rate, but a high DCR rate to go with it, and then the combination strategy delivering a 55% response rate with a similar DCR rate. All three of those are encouraging, and again, to emphasize a point that Wei made, we really are testing two independent hypotheses here, and ultimately the OS will inform each of those hypotheses as to their validity and may create multiple options for physicians caring for patients.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next question comes from the line of Michael Schmidt from Oppenheimer or Guggenheim. Your question, please.
Yeah, hey, good afternoon. Thanks for taking my questions. And yeah, congrats on the nice update here in PDAC. Could you expand a bit more about your decision to go with the 200 milligrams daraxonrasib dose with full chemo as opposed to maintaining the 300 milligrams QD daraxon and using a lower chemo dose for the combination arm? So that's question one. And then the other question I just had on durability, do you think you'll need to see more mature durability data, including PFS, in order to sort of finalize powering for the RASolute 303 study? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Michael. Nice to hear from you. I think Wei can give us probably a more fulsome comment here. I would emphasize that 200 milligrams delivers an exposure level that, as you know from several years of looking at this, is very attractive with regard to its antitumor activity in preclinical species and correlates quite nicely in humans. So we've always felt that 200 to 300 were pretty similar, although there is some subtle difference between them.
Yeah. So happy to address this question. So as Mark pointed out, there's a slight dose response in the range from 160 to 300, but across the entire dose range, we have achieved what we have preclinically predicted as a very active. So we believe as long as we're in that dose range, we'll be delivering fairly outstanding clinical benefit to patients, and that's the hypothesis being tested. The 200 milligram really allow us to deliver that in combination with chemotherapy. And then we do acknowledge there's some safety AEs overlapping between daraxonrasib and chemotherapy. And then giving that 200 milligrams really allow us to achieve sustained RAS inhibition, which in our experience is what really drives long-term clinical benefit. And so be able to give at 200 milligrams and keep that in a sustained way such that RAS inhibition can be maintained throughout the treatment duration, and then transitioning to a 300 milligrams without the chemotherapy where that RAS inhibition can be continued is the optimal way that we have discovered. And hence, that's the regimen we have landed on. Thanks.
The second question had to do with powering the study and whether or not we need PFS to help guide that. Do you want to comment on that?
For the powering of the study, this is, again, a study that's designed for demonstrating overall survival, similar to our second-line trial. I think, as Mark had pointed out, this is the outcome, even in the second line, has been really unprecedented because no one has broken the one-year barrier. And that's really the goal we're trying to strive for. And so now, OS is still the metric because even in the first-line setting, people do not live for yet a year. So given that is the primary endpoint, so the sample size and all the testing is really revolving around the OS, and so the readout and so on. And then also want to point out that there's independent testing between the two arms, and hence it's actually powered such that both the monotherapy and then the chemotherapy will be evaluated independent of each other.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next question comes from the line of Charles Zhu from LifeSci Capital. Your question, please.
Hello. Good afternoon or good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for providing this update, and congratulations on the pretty strong data out here and formalizing a lot of these plans where we had a lot of questions. Maybe also just I could squeeze in two real quick from me. How do you think of a daraxonrasib plus GNP relative to FOLFIRINOX, especially in patients, that are hyperfit for FOLFIRINOX? How many of them do you think you could peel over to something like Duraxon plus GNP? And also similarly, maybe one on the timelines for this frontline study. Could you provide color around, how much time this could take? Could this overlap with, for example, the availability of a commercially available daraxonrasib in the second line, and how have you kind of baked that possibility into some of your trial design assumptions? Thank you.
Charles, thanks very much for your question. So the first one was, if I understood it correctly, will patients who might otherwise be eligible for modified FOLFIRINOX be interested in the either monotherapy or GNP combination strategy? Probably depends on how it performs in the phase 3 trial. Certainly the evidence is pretty encouraging right now, given that there really is not a consistent difference in the literature between GNP and modified FOLFIRINOX. I think we could be pretty encouraged that these results will be attractive to people. But as to what happens, I think we need to see what the final, definitive results are, and then it'll be up to patients to discuss, with their doctors. Do you have anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, I think, there's this, just to address the efficacy of FOLFIRINOX versus GNP, I think there's this perception that GNP may have inferior OS compared to FOLFIRINOX. And that was certainly true, I think, for the initial registration trial a decade ago. But I think since then, subsequent trials have really shown that the overall survival with GNP can approach that of FOLFIRINOX. So I think even meta-analysis showed that there's not substantial difference between those two regimens. And the other consideration is when a patient is discussing with their physician about the option of joining this trial, they're not joining the trial for opportunity to be treated with FOLFIRINOX. They're joining the trial really looking for an opportunity to of receiving daraxonrasib. And this trial, given a 3-arm design and 1-to-1 randomization, the patient have 2 out of 3 chance of getting daraxonrasib. So I think this trial should be highly attractive to any patients who are looking for investigational agents that has the potential really to improve their survival.
I think that's a critical point. I mean, what we're trying to do here is stop the debate as to whether people should get a chemotherapy that's toxic and might be marginally better than another chemotherapy that's toxic. We want to change the narrative to, should they get an inhibitor of the primary oncogenic driver of their disease versus not get an inhibitor of the primary oncogenic driver of the disease, irrespective of whether they get chemotherapy with it or not. And so this is a complete paradigm shift, and we're trying to get away from that, thread the needle in between whether oxaliplatin is better than gemcitabine. It's really, hopefully, will become a completely obsolete question at the end of this study.
And then your second question was whether the availability of daraxonrasib at some point in the future, were that to happen, would that create a crossover challenge, I guess? That's what was implied by your question. It could. That could be a variable that'll come into play. We certainly have considered that in the design of the trial, the kinetics of everything that we're doing, and we expect to be able to manage that.
Understood. Thank you so much for taking the questions, and congrats again.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our next question comes from the line of Andrea Newkirk from Goldman Sachs. Your question, please.
Hi, this is Morgan on for Andrea Newkirk. Thank you so much for taking our question, and congrats on the data. Can you please speak to the rationale for transitioning patients from the combo to daraxonrasib mono versus keeping them on combination regimens the entire time? And then over what time frame do you expect the switch from combo to daraxonrasib mono would occur? And is it at the physician's discretion or based on tumor response? Thank you so much.
Thanks for your question. Okay.
Sure. Yeah. So I think, again, to Steve's earlier point, I think we certainly believe that the underlying driver here is RAS, and hitting RAS hard is going to carry out the longest clinical benefit for patients, and therefore, so that's one strong consideration for this particular design. Now, chemotherapy. So there are two key considerations. I think one is the amount of benefit patient derived from chemotherapy is really achieved mainly in the first 4 to 6 cycles. And beyond that, number one, the benefit becomes reduced. And number two is majority of patients would have either dose reduced or have dropped one or both agents. And therefore, maintaining the chemotherapy along with daraxonrasib at 200 doesn't really gain that much going beyond 6 cycles. And so it's actually more optimal knowing that daraxonrasib is really the largest carrier of clinical benefit in this regimen. After the chemotherapy have really done their job in the first 4 to 6 cycles, the transition would actually happen and go on to daraxonrasib at 300 milligrams to really maximize the RAS inhibition and achieving the longest term benefit for patients.
And I would just sort of emphasize that it is actually key to continue on daraxonrasib. That's the compound that appears to be showing significant durability, and there's no chemotherapy that can provide that.
Right. Yeah. And I think most patients would look forward to the day when they can stop chemotherapy, and this particular design offer them an improved quality of life when that chemotherapy can be stopped.
Thank you. And our next question comes from the line of Ellie Merle from UBS. Your question, please.
Hey guys, thanks so much for taking the question and congratulations on the results. Just in the frontline patients, what was the median duration of response and the proportion of these patients that are still in response? And for the adjuvant phase 3 PDAC design, I guess, what are you looking for at this point to finalize the design? And can you walk through some of the differences that you could see in the trial design versus in the frontline setting? Thanks.
Thanks, Ellie. Appreciate the questions. Let me just say, I think for the first line, median duration of response, we don't have that information yet. We didn't report it in this particular set. At some point, we'll have it, but we just don't have it today. With regard to the adjuvant, we'll talk about adjuvant next quarter. There's not additional information that we're seeking associated with that. We just wanted to keep this investor discussion today focused on first line. Was there anything specific in her question you wanted to
I think the only other thing, Ellie, the patients that are still on study are indicated on the waterfalls by an arrow underneath. So we don't usually provide swimmer plots because we don't like them, but we do put the arrows on the chart and they're still on treatment at the time of the data extract, so that should give you some sense of what's going on.
Steve's saying you can do your own calculation, but we won't do it at this stage.
Well, it's not going to give you a median. Probably, if the median's NE, then we can't report it. That's the issue. Yeah.
Understood. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our next question comes from the line of Marc Frahm from TD Cowen. Your question, please.
Hey, thanks for taking my questions and congrats on all the data that you're disclosing. Maybe to put a finer point on the FOLFIRINOX debate that's out there. I get, as you guys are saying, the data is pretty equivocal as to whether it really is a better regimen or not. But there is that kind of impression out there. Can you maybe speak to just the powering that's in this phase 3 design and what that implies about, like, if either arm is positive, how it will almost certainly compare to even the most aggressive kind of FOLFIRINOX comparisons?
Yeah, I mean, the primary endpoint is going to be OS. And as Wei pointed out, I think the highest OS that's been reported is under a year. The OS that we've reported for second line, albeit in a single-arm trial, is well over a year. The ORR tells us that we're moving into greater activity in early lines, as we've exactly as we'd expect and predicted, as you know, from many previous conversations. So it seems likely that OS would deliver in that context and deliver a significant advantage. So I'm not sure how FOLFIRINOX could ever catch up with that. I mean, it's pretty well characterized. Maybe I'm missing something here, but it seems like that's pretty much the answer to that question. Is there something more? Mark, was there another?
I think that's helpful. Yeah. And then just back on this operational aspect of the combo arm of kind of the switch to higher dose maintenance dosing of daraxonrasib. It's entirely driven by patients reaching a 6-month time point on the combination, or is there an ability with some of the earlier patients who may be doing very poorly with tolerating chemotherapy and dropping dose very quickly to kind of rapidly move to 300 milligrams because they've gotten to a dose of gemcitabine that really is kind of pointless, even if they haven't gotten to 6 months yet?
Sure, that'll be structural, but go ahead.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's for the GMP combination, it's up to 6 cycles. And so a standard practice, if some patients actually discontinue GMP entirely before 6 cycles, and they have option to go up to 300 milligrams. And that's typically how it is done in the adjuvant setting. So adjuvant setting, the chemotherapy is given for 6 cycles, and not everyone actually achieve it. If you look at how things are reported, in fact, majority of patients do not achieve all 6 cycles.
Okay, thank you. Very helpful, and congrats again on the data.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you. And our next question comes from the line of Kelsey Goodwin from Piper Sandler. Your question, please.
Oh, hey, good afternoon. Thanks for taking my question and congrats on the update. I guess, how important do you think physician education on RAS inhibition will be, specifically in the community setting for frontline uptake of daraxonrasib longer term? Thank you.
Thanks for your question, Kelly. The underlying assumption to your question is valid, that a lot of people don't know that RAS drives pancreatic cancer. They might have heard it at some point in the past, or they might not have even been taught that in medical school or residency, because it didn't matter. There was nothing you could do about it. And so given the flood of detailed technical information that doctors are exposed to every day, they sort of have to pick and choose what to bother using ATP to fire on in their nerves and try to remember. And as you move further away from academic centers, that awareness goes down. It's actually quite high, although not 100% in academic centers, and then it does get discounted the further, maybe the greater the distance to your community center. So there will be need for education. That education will be a lot easier with data. And here are data. Certainly that will be noted. It'll be noted at scientific conferences. It's noted by KOLs. And then there will be more data that we hope would support approvals, in which case that data will become widely available and will be much easier for physicians to remember it. So yes, there is going to be need for education. We're actively engaged in education now. Our medical affairs organization is highly engaged with physicians broadly, but it will tend to stick more when there's an even stronger reason for it to stick, when people have a drug they can prescribe.
Thank you. And our final question for today comes from the line of Asthika Goonewardene from Truist. Your question, please.
Hi, guys. Thanks for squeezing me in and taking my questions, and I offer my congratulations as well on the data. I want to talk a little bit about resistance mechanisms. So for the frontline daraxonrasib monotherapy, did that data resemble the resistance data that you presented at AACR? And then for the daraxon plus GNP, I know you only had 2 patients who progressed, but what's your hypothesis on the resistance mechanism there? And then second question is that, in frontline pancreatic, you still get a significant amount of patients who opt for palliative chemotherapy, as these patients generally would be intolerant to the combo chemo regimens. do you envision that daraxonrasib will be an attractive option, monotherapy daraxon would be an attractive combination option for these patients instead of palliative chemo? And how you putting guardrails on recruitment so you don't kind of skew that the daraxon monotherapy arm with maybe patients who would have been intolerant to the combination chemotherapy? Thanks.
Thanks very much for your questions and for your coverage. First, with regard to the palliative first line, that was your second question. If a patient wants to enroll in the trial, they'll have to be eligible for chemotherapy because they may be randomized to chemotherapy or chemotherapy plus daraxonrasib or daraxonrasib alone. So they'll have to be of a condition and willingness to be able to participate in that. And there may be some people, I suppose, on the edge. It'll be up to sort of the enrollment criteria to be applied appropriately, and that should be balanced because they'll be randomized after they enroll. So I think that's probably the best that we can do with that. With regard to resistance, we certainly aren't reporting today any resistance data from the first line cohorts. These cohorts were all conducted this year, and we just simply don't have enough data to be able to declare what the resistance mechanisms are. That'll be interesting to find out, over time. Although they're not large, data sets, but we might be able to get some glimpses about what's going on there. Anything else you want to add to it?
Only that, as Wei alluded to in the initial remarks, that we don't have any evidence that that pancreatic cancer is more or less addicted to RAS depending on the line of therapy, and so the fundamental biology of the disease is the same whether the patient has received chemotherapy previously or hasn't received chemotherapy previously. And so in that respect, you may be able to make some predictions as to what we're going to see. But Mark is right. Although we are collecting the same samples from this cohort as we did from the second line cohort, we don't have any actual data to corroborate that yet.
And as Steve pointed out, the little arrows indicate there's hardly any patient who progressed on either monotherapy or the chemo combo. So for the sake of these patients, I hope that it would take a long time for us to learn about the resistance.
Yeah. And maybe I could just reinforce something Steve just said, which is, I think, a prevailing question over the last year. A question we didn't really fully understand, but nonetheless we heard was whether or not first line would somehow be less sensitive to a RAS inhibitor than second line. And I think it's pretty clear from these data, both for the monotherapy and the combination cohort, that just as Steve said, pancreatic cancer is a RAS-driven disease from the beginning. It doesn't become a RAS-driven disease after you've had first-line treatment. And so the fact that we're seeing some improvements in the outcomes measured by ORR and DCR, particularly ORR in the first line, is consistent with past experience with other targeted agents in other cancers, and suggests that this is how things are going to play out here too. So I think we've now validated biologically these are no different from second line, and we're very excited to have a compound that can be used and explored now in a phase 3 trial.
Thank you. This does conclude the question and answer session of today's program. I'd like to hand the program back to Mark Goldsmith, Chairman and CEO, for any further remarks.
Thank you, operator, and thank you, everyone, for joining us today and for your ongoing support of Revolution Medicines.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your participation in today's conference. This does conclude the program. You may now disconnect. Good day.
Top news alert: U.S. judge to block Trump directive to erase gender ideology from state sex education. Top news alert: ex-FBI Director Comey seeks dismissal of charges, cites vindictive prosecution.
All right, all right. Thanks for coming. Thanks for watching today. We'll get them tomorrow. See you bright and early.